Good morning, y'all. How's everyone doing out there? All right. This is Chris.
Hi. I think the power supply on my PC died. I'm not 100%, but I was hoping maybe you could test it.
Yeah, just bring it in and take a look at it.
Okay. And you're right over by the airport.
I am directly across from the Speedway gas station on US 41 in Bradenton.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thanks.
Yep, I'm going. That sucks, man. Morning, Mom.
Morning.
How are you?
Good. I was thinking about your dilemma.
Well, hold on.
Ground hamburger, ground turkey, ground chicken, ground pork.
Yeah, it turns chili. It turns into chili at that point. Yeah, no, that wasn't the issue. The issue was that it serves 10 people and we're 2.
Well, you cut it down to just 3 cans of bean instead of 5.
Yeah, we're doing all right. Mr. Sasha.
That sounded really good.
Yeah, like I said, I'm gonna add something to that we'll be able to signify that it's a side dish.
Or beverage. But like I said, there's some dips, like when you do your condiments. I mean your whatever you call that. All the vegetables and stuff dipping. Or somehow it sounded pretty good. Cucumber beer sounded refreshing. Want the fan on?
Yeah, and please turn the thing on in the bathroom. We're gonna have to get this PlayStation back apart.
I get those rags for cleaning.
Yeah,
The boxes
I didn't know where you put the box.
on the side of my desk right down here.
Okay.
I wouldn't be kicking it. Disappear.
Oh, you don't like cucumbers?
No.
Like talking to you. Nothing wrong with cucumbers. You know, frickin' the password system for TeamViewer is so messed up. What it determines is a strong password is insane. I don't think she's here right now. How was everyone's Easter? Everyone have a good one out there? Close current connections. We had family over.
What for crowd?
Yeah, we cooked a whole bunch of stuff. Come on. Surprising that that's working.
Chris, is today our day one of new weight loss challenge like we half-heartedly mentioned early last week?
Yeah, why not? Why not? Lent is over. Things are back to normal. Nothing weird. I need to lose 100 pounds. That's my goal. Why won't it let me connect to this? What was this talking about? Hey, thanks for the follow. Keep forgetting to plug my headphones in.
Okay, Chris. Where's Spencer here?
Mm-hmm.
Did you return any parts that you originally ordered from Amazon?
Yeah. But I bought parts that were of equal cost. What are you struggling with here? You need to vocalize what you're having a problem with.
I'm trying to come up with your 1825 for all your parts, and I've got stuff here that's putting me way out of the ballpark. And I don't know.
Are you doubling stuff up?
I don't know. That's in the
It's two. So, Angela, where's all the Spencer's receipts?
And this one is identical.
No, it's not. Where's the receipts? The receipts, these things. So we have one here for 1825,
Right.
and where's the one for 1975?
Okay, why is this, okay.
Add them together.
Sorry.
Yeah, you can't just give me a short little statement and then expect me to figure out exactly what you're asking me.
Oh, repentance.
Okay, get rid of this. That's garbage. Get rid of this. That's garbage. Garbage.
What is your opinion on what that company did over the weekend?
If you're referring to the company that I think you are, well, I hope they burn. Good luck with that. So how's your day going, Ramrod? Well, that's good.
Do you have any walk-ins on Saturday?
No. None at all. All right, so that's going to be a rush, that gaming desktop. Hey, Grant, what's going on, man? How are you? You have a good Easter?
You know, I didn't give you any custom bills. It's paperwork that you always want to fill out.
Yeah, I haven't done that in a minute. So, SEO Daily Fetch is now working. But first, I need to get this going. And we got to start getting some 3D prints going again. Good morning. Good. How are you? So you're just not able to connect to it at all? Can you get me onto a computer there? Like, remotely? Yeah. I'm gonna have you go to my website, Bradenton PC Repair.com. And you got the PC in there? No, Bradenton PC Repair.com. Mm-hmm. You were saying it out loud and you didn't say those two letters. So if you go, yep, if you go to the contact page, there's a green button there. Yep. Click on that, please. And then once you get to that page, at the bottom, there's a blue button. Yep. And then it should start a download in the top right. You just click on that. So no, it's already happened. So in your browser in the top right, there should be 3 dots. Click on the 3 dots. Look for the word downloads. And then look for the one in that list that says Splashtop. Run. Yep. Yeah, and then it's going to give you a 3-digit code. Or excuse me, a 9-digit code. Yes. Mm-hmm. It was good. How was yours? All right. Now. Um, yeah, I guess try and give it a restart. The fact that it's just showing up as offline is not a good thing. Before you do that, I'll try one thing. Make sure that we're not dealing with, excuse me, we're not dealing with a situation where it's online but not functioning correctly. And you turning it off and turning it back on is just going to actually cause more of a problem. Let me just check this real quick.
Hello?
It's you. You guys are on a domain. Five. Yeah, it's not. So in this list, there should be one that says 192.168.55.5. And the fact that it's not here means that the server is not functioning. So turn it, like, just go over to it and then press and hold the power button until all the lights on it turn off. And then once that's done, just like count to 10 and then press the power button one time, and then everything should start lighting up again. Your choice. That's fine. You can just call me. You can just call me back. All right. Yep. Bye. All right. Which reminds me. Hi, Emily. I need to get that site design over to them. I promised I would.
And you're gonna order parts today.
I don't need to order parts. I need to order your headlights. It's a 2014, right?
I don't know. Yeah, I guess.
Look at your insurance card.
I believe it's in my car.
Oh, awesome, Emily.
Yep, fine. Keep it in the car. Yeah, because mine was a 2017, right? The original one I had before this.
Yeah.
Closed up. Yeah, hers was younger than mine.
Older.
Older.
All right. Can you run out to your car and get that? Actually, can I look it? I know I can't look it up. Because I might just get it from Mazda. Because I forgot that that car has the technology package, which means it has special headlights.
Oh,
Yeah. It's a nice car. I might have to go to the Herrick Center this morning. Hello. Yeah. Oh, restart the computer. This computer. Your computer. Restart your computer. Yeah. So let's do that real quick and then see if that not shut down. We got to make sure we do restart specifically. So yeah, so when you do shutdown on a computer, it puts it to sleep. Microsoft changed that and they didn't tell anyone. So yeah, just cancel that and then do a restart. When you do a restart, it actually starts the computer from fresh, like you would expect. No, Microsoft really didn't tell anyone about it. Yeah. This is going to disconnect me, and we'll see if it connects me back in. That'd be nice. Good for you, man. Let me know when it's back up. Okay. All right. I think you're gonna have to go into your downloads folder. Well, before you do that, can you access the server? Because if you can access the server, then you're all good to go. You know, you don't need to click on that. Just go to this computer? Just open the manila folder thing on the taskbar.
Yeah, that's right. But I clicked on it, but you want me to go with the,
This PC.
okay, no, they still all have,
All right.
they all have that.
Okay, I will head down that way shortly, and I'll take a look, see if I can figure out what's going on. Are you paying for server support from someone before I head out there? Okay, all right. I'll head out there and I'll see what I can figure out. Okay. All right. Bye. All right, we gotta take a look at a server. We need to take a look at a thing.
I gotta take my keys out with me.
That would help, yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta figure this out. So we need to. What is going on? There's a cop at my door. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, that's what I'm to go out there and figure out. Yeah, 2014 milestone. Well, I guess we all get to go on a field trip then. No. No, they were not. Cop just showed up at our house. Linda.
Before you leave.
I gotta work on this.
Oh,
Before I leave, what?
give you the menu.
Yeah. Okay, I guess we're gonna hold off on this. I gotta take this back apart today. I need to test this power supply. This is a rush. So
You want me to call a label piece before you leave, or wait till you get back?
if you call them now, I won't be able to pay them now.
Okay, well then I'll wait.
Where is my testing power supply?
Question. Okay.
Did I redo that? Let's break. Yes, it did. If you had chicken wrap and pasta, Emily, that is not pizza. I have to go to to look at a server, Emily. because it's suddenly not working for them. Hey, Manatee. They said a deputy will be in touch. Didn't say when. Why is this cron job not running? That's the PS5. Hey, this is Chris over Bradenton PC Repair. All right, so I have the computer powered on. It's something power related, but I'm thinking it's not necessarily the power supply. I think it might be one of the control modules for one of the the RGB things in the back. So I'm gonna have to pull all of the cabling out of the PC and just kind of go through it. So I'm gonna grab another power supply. I have to run out to restart a server. I'm gonna grab just another power supply to toss into this if it ends up being the power supply and it's just dead in a very specific way, kind of like I mentioned at the front counter. But the computer is running. I actively have it up and running right now. So correct. Yeah, a 1,000-watt power supply would probably be more than fine. Yeah, 1,200 watt power supplies are hard to come by like locally. 1,000-watt ones I can get my hands on one. There's only 3 companies that I use for power supplies: Corsair, Seasonic, and a company called Superflower. Corsair is the only brand that I can get locally. So. Yep. That's the goal. Yep, have a go. Yeah, obviously the So it's working with my power supply at the shop, but it will not work with his power supply. But the power supply tests fine. So it's another one of those situations where the issue is more than likely when a specific power condition is met. And while I'm out, Mom, I will pick up your headlight
Oh, okay.
because there's like no chance that they don't have them in there. Might be like $150 for a headlight, which is crazy, but that's what happens when you have fancy headlights. That's fun. One of the tabs just broke off of this. Yeah, we definitely have seen that before. All right, Carlo. Why is it upside down? Well, that's annoying. Who knows? All right, Mama.
Okay.
I'll be back. I put 12 on the door. That should give me enough time. If something changes, I'll call you.
All right. Depends on the server.
Say that again?
Depends on the server.
Let's hope that's all it is.
The fact that Jesus was born in a particular time, in a particular place, and we even have some of the historical details of that, has enormous meaning for us. Because all of us are born in a particular time, in a particular place. In some ways, we can see it as limited, that Jesus was born in a very specific time and place. But it's also what allows us to engage this world as finite creatures. The fact that Jesus was hungry, the fact that he had to learn from his mother, the fact that he would have had to actually walk from one place to another. These are all mundane things that we all have to experience, but they're also the engines that drive our humanity and our engagement with the world. The fact that Jesus was born in a particular time and place means that he can empathize with us, that he genuinely entered into the human experience, that when he said that he's going out to the vulnerable and the lost, he knew what it was like to be vulnerable and lost. To feed the hungry, well, Jesus was hungry, clothed and naked. We have that image of Jesus being stripped and there on the cross. He knew everything that we know except for sin. So of course he had to be born in a particular time and place. Now, whether it was 2,000 years ago or today, I don't think that that's really what matters. But of course, if he was to be human, he had to find himself experiencing all that we experience.
The Lord's Descent into Hell by an ancient author. What is happening? Today there is a great silence over the earth, a great silence and stillness, a great silence because the king sleeps. The earth was in terror and was still, because God slept in the flesh and raised up those who were sleeping from the ages. God has died in the flesh, and the underworld has trembled. Truly he goes to seek out our first parent like a lost sheep. He wishes to visit those who sit in darkness and in the shadow of death. He goes to free the prisoner Adam and his fellow prisoner Eve from their pains. He who is God and Adam's son. The Lord goes into them holding his victorious weapon, his cross. When Adam, the first created man, sees him, he strikes his breast in terror and calls out to all, "My Lord be with you all." And Christ in reply says to Adam, "And with your spirit, amen." And grasping his hand, he raises him up, saying, "Awake, O sleeper, and arise from the dead, and Christ shall give you light. I am your God, who for your sake became your son, who for you and your descendants now speak and command with authority those in prison. Come forth, and those in darkness, have light, and those who sleep, rise. I command you, awake, sleeper. I have not made you to be held a prisoner in the underworld. Arise from the dead. I am the life of the dead. Arise, O man, work of my hands, arise, you who were fashioned in my image. Rise, let us go hence. For you in me and I in you, together we are one undivided person. For you, I your God became your son. For you, I the master took on your form, that of slave. For you, I who am above the heavens came on earth and under the earth. For you, man, I became as a man without help, free among the dead. For you who left a garden, I was handed over to Jews from a garden and crucified in the garden. Look at the spittle on my face, which I received because of you, in order to restore you to that first divine inbreathing and creation. See the blows on my cheeks, which I accepted in order to refashion your distorted form to my own image. See the scourging of my back, which I accepted in order to disperse the load of your sins which was laid upon your back. See my hands nailed to the tree for a good purpose, for you, who stretched out your hand to the tree for an evil. I slept on the cross, and a sword pierced my side, for you, who slept in paradise and brought forth Eve from your side. My side healed the pain of your side. My sleep will release you from your sleep in Hades. My sword has checked the sword which was turned against you. But arise, let us go hence. The enemy brought you out of the land of paradise. I will reinstate you, no longer in paradise, but on the throne of heaven. I denied you the tree of life, which was a figure, but now I myself am united to you, I who am life. I posted the cherubim to guard you as they would slaves. Now I make the cherubim worship you as they would God. The cherubim throne has been prepared. The bearers are ready and waiting. The bridal chamber is in order. The food is provided. The everlasting houses and rooms are in readiness. The treasures of good things have been opened. The kingdom of heaven has been prepared before the ages. A reading from an ancient homily for Holy Saturday. There, Almighty, ever-living God, whose only begotten Son descended to the realm of the dead and rose from there to glory, grant that your faithful people, who were buried with him in baptism, may, by his resurrection, obtain eternal life. We make our prayer through our Lord, through Christ our Lord. Prepared by Pontifical University St. Thomas Aquinas. Easter, God, Love, Life, by Monsignor Charles Fink. But first a note, all of us at the Catholic Thing wish all our readers a happy and blessed Easter. He is risen. Now for today's column. During the first half of the 20th century, there emerged an extraordinary constellation of English Catholic writers, many of them converts, who had the great gift of being able to explicate the Catholic faith on a popular level without watering it down. Names like Chesterton, Knox, Sheed, originally from Australia, and Houselander come to mind. Among these was a Jesuit priest named C.C. Martindale, who, after having spent 5 years of internment under the Nazis, was asked by the BBC to deliver 6 talks on radio during Holy Week of 1946. Father Martindale ended his first talk with these words: "Whether it be the problem set by long history or by the present hour, whether it be the problem set by our own soul and our inner experience, whether it be the sufferings and death of Christ, the Christian has but one starting point, that is to say God, his love, and his will that we should live. This truth never changes, however much we may change. God wishes not the death even of the sinner, but that he should live. I cannot say it too often nor too emphatically. But that at the origin of all things, during all things, and at the end of all things are God and love and life." Father Martindale was able to say those words, even after having endured the horrors of war and prison, because he had assimilated and made his own the bright, shining message of Easter. It was this message that helped transform the cringing Apostle Peter into the courageous and forceful preacher we meet in the Acts of the Apostles. It was this message that prompted Paul to write to the Colossians, "If then you were raised with Christ, seek what is above, and you have died, and your life is hidden with Christ in God." Paul understood that Christ hadn't risen from the dead just for himself, but for us, that united to him, we might already begin to rise with him. Our feet might be mired in the grime of earth, but our heads and hearts are with Christ in heaven. What had Peter, what had Paul to fear on earth when already they shared in the risen life of Christ? When Mary Magdalene, Peter, and John found the tomb empty on Easter morning, Christ's burial clothes still lying there, the gospel tells us that John believed, but also that they did not yet understand the scripture that he had to rise from the dead. John believed that Jesus was risen, but did not yet fully comprehend all that was implied in the monumental fact of the resurrection. Understanding would come, however, and the only apostle to escape violent martyrdom would spend 60 more years on earth preaching the God who is love and who wants us to have life to the full, not only now, but forever. The message of Easter is not that there will be no more crosses, but that all our crosses, even death, can lead to new and eternal life. An eternal life begun here and now by our union with the risen Lord. We are like divers in those old movies, who are lowered into the sea from a ship, strangers in a strange land, surrounded by darkness, but all the while receiving life from above, our share in the risen life of Christ. Easter must be for us what it was for Peter, Paul, Mary Magdalene, and all the saints, not just something we believe once happened and will someday benefit us. It is that, but so much more. It is a present reality, something we share in here and now. Let the world do its worst. It can never do worse than to kill the Son of God, and we know what came of that, and we share in his life. We are all familiar with the expression, rise and shine. It can, of course, be just an annoying cliche or the interruption of a good night's sleep. But for Christians, it can be a reminder that, sharing in Christ's life, we have already begun to rise and must manifest that by radiating Christ's light and life and love in all we do. Remember the words of Father Martindale: "At the origin of all things, during all things, at the end of all things, are God and love and life." Easter calls us, by the way we live, to make it easier for others to believe and experience them. In a world so full of darkness and despair, conflict and confusion, with so many, especially young people, hungering and thirsting for meaning and hope, it is our moral imperative to be Easter people in season and out. We simply cannot afford to hide our light, the light of Christ, under a bushel basket. The Reconsecration of Man by Robert Royle. The days immediately following Easter are usually a period of interior peace for believers, but also mystery. The resurrection's afterglow, of course, but also a lingering question, especially this year as wars and civic unrest trouble the whole world. The strife is o'er, as in the hymn, set beautifully by Palestrina. Jesus has conquered sin and death. But why, then, does so much strife and sin and death continue? A good question, but God's answer is clearly different than what we expect. Even in Jesus' day, some followers went away because he didn't restore the earthly kingdom of Israel. In fact, within a few decades, the Romans obliterated, literally, not as in current presidential rhetoric, Jerusalem and Israel. The God of the Bible works in time and through people, as we see in both the Old Testament and church history. Despite its contemplative dimension, Christianity is not Hinduism or Buddhism or postmodern spirituality, which can exist anywhere, just anyhow. Christianity, too, deals in the spirit and preeminent, but also in the flesh, the world, and everydayness, which it shapes slowly or not over generations. God could, like some tyrant, impose peace on the world, but to do so, he would have to abolish free will, the very possibility of sin, and therefore also of love. And that we know he chose not to do. Instead, the gospel must be preached and make its ways in the hearts of fallen human beings. Against all human odds, over time, a word carried by a few fishermen, tax collectors, seemingly random disciples, here and there, converted the greatest empire in existence and large parts of the rest of the world. The great age of missionaries, the 16th century, was also the hard century of the Protestant Reformation and the wars of religion. As in many human things, turmoil and conflict can also produce daring and resolve. The Jesuits of that age were, simultaneously, the greatest Catholic educators in Europe and evangelizers to the whole world. It hardly needs saying that we need something similar today, desperately. Most of the talk about the new evangelization and synodality revolves around the mission to formerly Christian peoples. That could be a good thing, properly managed. But it can't be managed if the evangelizers don't believe in the urgency of God's message to all peoples. A sentimental niceness towards the other isn't enough. Even Jesus grew impatient about the process. I have come to bring fire on the earth, and how I wish it were already kindled. Luke 12, verse 29. Our Western civilization has talked itself into idiocy. It lost its soul in the materialistic pursuit of knowledge and power, and now realizes its spiritual poverty and hopes to save itself via machinery and AI. So what are we to do? Two things. Understand what has happened, and pursue, with intelligence and energy, reversing what needs reversing. Carl Trueman's The Desecration of Man, which officially appears tomorrow, is a scintillating guide to both. His title echoes The Abolition of Man, C.S. Lewis's penetrating little study of how, already in the 1940s, we were, via false logic and psychologizing tendencies, doing away with many of the things that make us human. But in Trueman's reading, we're now doing something much worse. Lewis was responding to errors. Trueman says we have moved on to desecration of the good and the holy, and our own humanity. We hear all the time these days of transgression of established norms and practices as something good and bold. But the whole process has gone so far that transgression itself has become a kind of establishment, to the point that there's almost nothing left to push against. In Trueman's telling, it was Nietzsche's madman who first saw what had happened. Western people thought they could do away with God and still keep the good Christian values, like humanism based on nothing, that began to percolate in our very notions about the world and ourselves through various channels, creating what several thinkers have identified as a social imaginary, in which we can't even see what we are any longer except for a jumble of desires and impulses and complexes. It's no wonder that our secular states and cultural institutions turn toxic. Even some Christian churches these days have joined in human desecration. For me, it hit home when I heard a lady pastor at a church service intone, "O God of pronouns." Truman proposes 3 responses to this crisis: creed, cult, and code. His arguments deserve to be read in their entirety for their wisdom and practicality, but briefly. By creed, he means the historic creeds, with their propositions about God the Father and Creator, the Son and Holy Spirit, the Incarnation, crucifixion, resurrection, and final judgment. The articles of the creed reveal truths about God, but also about us. We are created in his image, and therefore free to love, but not radically to recreate ourselves, the trans movement being the most extreme current instance of that deviation. All those articles also need to be embodied in cult, which means informing what we do in masses, weddings, funerals, and other devotions as a worshiping community. That may seem obvious enough, but Truman notes that when you find yourself in a world that has lost its story, as the Protestant theologian Robert Jenson once memorably put it, the church has to become a world in which that story, God's and man's story, can be told again. Finally, there's code, which is akin to the renewal of public space, the cultural Christianity that even non-believers like uber-atheist Richard Dawkins recognize as urgent. Truman shows that it must be much more than that, starting with incremental, person-to-person, explicitly Christian acts, which seems minimalist. But we should remember that one man with only 12 friends to help him focused on the local 2,000 years ago, and his movement wound up reshaping the whole world. In a word, we need reconsecration, the return of God, and therefore us.
Why Being Rather Than Nothingness? Part 9 by Regis Martin. Part 9 in the series. The trouble with atheists, to quote a punchline I once heard, is that they are constantly talking about God. Perhaps it's the occupational hazard that comes with the job. And, yet, to endlessly obsess about it, one might almost think that they actually do believe in God. I mean, if one were perfectly convinced that there was no God, and that there had never been a God, why such an intensity of attention invested in the question? Do non-atheists behave like that? What a frustration it must be for them. Chesterton, as always, has a great line on the subject, in which he identifies his worst moment as when he is really thankful and has no one to thank. In fact, so powerless is he that he cannot even say thanks when someone passes him the mustard with which to dress his hot dog. We thank people for birthday presents of cigars and slippers, recalls Chesterton. Can I thank no one for the birthday present of birth? It is, after all, the most obvious expression of a grateful heart. But not for the atheist, it seems, who, in denying the existence of the giver, leaves no room in his heart for giving thanks for the gift. If gratitude, then, is the first obligation of the religious man, offered up to God for a gift he could never himself give, what can one do when moved to give thanks in a world without God? When the universe ceases to be, in the words of Saint Bonaventure, a ladder by which we ascend to God, everything having been shorn of all possible reference to God, or sign of his mysterious presence, how then do we hear, much less speak, what my old friend and mentor Fritz Wilhelmsen used to call the poetry of the transcendent? How impoverishing life becomes in the absence of real presence. I felt and feel, writes Chesterton, that life itself is as bright as the diamond, but as brittle as the window pane, and when the heavens were compared to the terrible crystal I can remember a shudder. I was afraid that God would drop the cosmos with a crash. And if there is no God, where then do we locate the cosmos? Can it even be without a God to bring it into being? This is not a question any of us are at liberty to escape. Not even atheists may dodge the question. In fact, it remains the single most fateful question facing all of us, a question that takes us, as Pascal famously says, by the throat. In a series of lectures titled, The Problem of God, Delivered at Yale University back in 1962, the esteemed Jesuit theologian John Courtney Murray reminds us that nothing and no one can claim exemption from the God question. The whole man, he tells us, as intelligent and free, as a body, a psychic apparatus, and a soul, is profoundly engaged both in the position of the problem and its solution. In fact, he is in a real sense a datum of the problem itself, and his solution of it has personal consequences that touch every aspect of his conduct, character, and consciousness. So there is no escaping the business, it being the net in which we are all caught. Notwithstanding the standard atheist insistence on having seized the intellectual high ground in the debate, however, what finally drives them is not an argument about God at all. What is most determinative of their position is not the result of an intelligence and good working order, cool and clinical in its capacity to look straight on at the problem, seeing it all in light of the evidence presented. Because it really hasn't got much to do with what's in their head at all, but rather, an act of the will that is already ferociously directed against God. Only after having decided to kill God, as it were, daggering the deity to death, do they then set about finding reasons to justify his non-existence. Father Murray explains, there are indeed philosophies that are atheist in the sense that they are incompatible with faith in God, but they are reached only by a will to atheism. This will, and the affirmation into which it is translated, there is no God, are the inspiration of these philosophies, not a conclusion from them. And so one first decides that there is no God, no author or prime mover of the universe. Only then does one set about constructing the discourse needed to defend the decision. A bit like despising the neighbor next door whom you haven't even met, then going on to announce that, besides being despicable, he also doesn't even exist. People who steal a base like that, it seems to me, need to be called out on the matter. What are the weapons typically available to people like that? The handiest of all is the one that is perhaps the hoariest, namely, the assertion that because the world is so thoroughly wicked to begin with, if there were a God who made everything, holding it all over an abyss of nothingness, then he must be either too impotent to prevent such wickedness or too perverse to accept responsibility for it. Far better, therefore, not to believe in God than to be saddled with one steeped in impotence and or iniquity. Pretty neat, I'd say. It is the classical objection, of course, that has long been current in the circles of theodicy. C.S. Lewis gave voice to the same objection during his own atheist phase, noting that the burden of pain and sorrow in the world was so great that if indeed there was a God, a mighty spirit behind the universe, he must be either indifferent to good and evil or else, and this is surely worse, an evil spirit himself. Nevertheless, argues Lewis, there was always one question that, in the face of so catastrophically awful a world, had never crossed his mind to ask. If the universe is so bad, or even half so bad, how on earth did human beings ever come to attribute to it the activity of a wise and good creator? Men are fools, perhaps, but hardly so foolish as that. The direct inference from black to white, from evil flower to virtuous root, from senseless work to a workman infinitely wise, staggers belief. So how does the atheist cope? A cosmos sunk in complete misery, its inhabitants condemned to suffer and die in this life, then consigned to everlasting extinction in the next? A no-brainer, right? And since God is responsible for this cosmic train wreck, it follows that only an idiot would believe in it. Yet great numbers of non-idiots do believe. Many millions of people, in fact, who, despite the hideousness of so much human and historical experience, nevertheless persist in their belief in God. How can this be? That despite all the evidence of evil, the numberless fires of deceit and injustice blazing forth across the globe, people continue to believe. What's wrong with these people? Shouldn't they all be on medication? Getting therapy? But for what exactly? Mass delusional psychosis? Lay down this book. Lewis challenges us in his book The Problem of Pain, and reflect for 5 minutes on the fact that all the great religions were first preached, and long practiced, in a world without chloroform. Who needs 5 minutes? It should hardly take half that long to establish the fact that it was never the world itself, or the human record of its history, that gave birth to the idea of God. And since atheism cannot account for the origin of the idea, we need to look elsewhere and ask, as well, why such an idea would, right from the start, have lasted so long, indeed, with utter uninterrupted tenacity, in the teeth of so obvious an absence of anything to commend it. The answer, of course, is that the idea of God has no particular source, none certainly that exact scholarship can document any more than one can point to the origin of the idea of geometry, or music, or speech, the lines and movements and rhythms of which are simply of a piece with being human, belonging therefore to the deepest operations of head and heart. And because the idea of God remains both real and unique, abiding in mind and will from the beginning, there is nothing in science or history or ideology that could possibly have put it there. Secularism can no more generate this light than it can succeed in putting it out. It was there from the beginning and will always be simply there, like a sudden flash point of eternity into time, whose unforeseen illuminations have come to light up the night sky of our lives with the absolute certainty of hope. Only God can account for the idea of God. He is the source of that blazing incandescence to which we are drawn by dint of being formed in his image, in whose warmth we are meant to awaken from the first moment of our awareness to a world we did not create, but in whose goodness we are free to rejoice.
I'm 61, and today I'm switching from walking to Tai Chi. I hope it helps my joints. This is me after 28 days of Tai Chi. And yesterday, my neighbor asked what I did to my knees.
On Monday, April 6th, we're starting a Tai Chi program for beginners. Build strength and lose stubborn belly fat with just 7 minutes a day. In 1 week, you'll feel it. In 2 weeks, you'll see it. By May, you'll be turning heads. Start April 6th. You in?
This is day 1 of my sister practicing Tai Chi. This is day 28 of my sister practicing Tai Chi.
On Monday, April 6th, we're launching a beginner-friendly Tai Chi transformation program for women. With just 7 minutes a day, you'll gently strengthen your body, release stress, and start burning stubborn belly fat by May. By April 13th, you'll feel lighter and more energized. By April 20th, you'll notice your posture and waistline changing. By April 27th, others will start seeing your transformation.
Do you know what eating banana can do to your liver? Bananas are actually edible when they're still green. But what many people don't know is that the resistant starch
And then no more my proud weather, for there's a crown for me. Oh, precious cross, oh, glorious crown, oh, resurrection day. The angels round the stars come down, and there my soul
On behalf of all of us here at Franciscan University, I want to wish you a happy Easter. Christ is risen. We've made it through our season of Lent, where we spent the last 6 weeks praying, fasting, giving alms to prepare for this moment. To know, as what John Paul II said, we are an Easter people, and Alleluia is our song. We rejoice and are glad today. And today, as we celebrate this weekend, as we celebrate Easter and the resurrection of Christ from the dead, there are a couple of options for the gospel. I'm going to focus on John's gospel in a moment, but no matter what, the gospel that we hear today, we see the disciples responding and going to an empty tomb. We see their response to this place that is empty, where Christ was buried. And we see the various emotions that they go through: joy, excitement, faith, believing, but also they're wondering, and there's doubt, there's fear, there's questions that they have. In one sense, Mary Magdalene goes to the tomb and she sees that the tomb is empty, and she runs with joy and needs to tell Peter and John, but yet at the same time she's not sure what's going on. And then John and Peter race to the tomb, and John makes sure that we know that he wins. When they get to the tomb, they look, they see that the burial cloths are there, wrapped up and folded up neatly. John says that he believed. But yet at the same time, at the end of the gospel, it says they did not yet understand what it meant that he had to rise from the dead. We come to this Easter season and this Easter Sunday, after a season of Lent, prayer, and fasting, to turn to the Lord with all our heart. We come to the Lord as we are today, with our joy, our excitement, also with our fear and our questions. We turn to the Lord today to ask to increase our faith, that we might have a hope in the resurrection of Christ, that we may sing praise to God and Alleluia to him again, so that we know that he is always.
Bradenton PC Repair, how may we help you? Good, yourself? Okay, why don't you bring it in, we can take a look at it at the front counter. We do with a house call, let's see, I think it's $150, and you can come in and that bench diagnostic is $35. Okay, got paper and pencil? Right, you know where the Ghetto Toyota is on US 41? Ghetto Toyota? They're just south of there. At a stop and go, like it says Florida Boulevard. A 2-story white building. On the east side, depending on which way you're coming, so we're on the east side of the street. Yeah, we'd be on the left side then. Okay, Robert is called right now because he's on site. He hopes to be back by noon, so we always advise you to call before you come to make sure he didn't get called out again. Okay, so thank you. Yeah, he said he's put the sign there. He said I should be back by noon unless he runs into more problems than what they told him. Right, but just still call to make sure he's back. It's not taking longer than what he thought. Okay, so thank you. Bye.
Is with us. He is in our midst. He is present to us. And this Easter season, we begin on Saturday night with the Easter Vigil in a dark church. And the light of Christ, the cosmic candle, comes into the church, permeates the darkness of that church, and brings his light to the need. To celebrate the resurrection of Christ today, we ask for the Lord to increase his light in the dark corners of our heart, where there might be fear, where there might be doubt, where there might be questions. Allow the resurrection of Christ to come into our lives anew, to have faith in him. Just as John, when he ran and he saw that the tomb was empty, he had faith and he believed. So too may we believe that the power of the resurrection of Christ can transform our lives. Because this is what it's all about. That Christ sets us free from sin, gives us life by the power of his resurrection from the dead. We have fasted for 40 days, and now we get to feast for 50 days. 10 more days than we fasted, because this feast is so important to us. This fact that Christ is risen from the dead, that the tomb is empty, is so great and so wonderful that we have to celebrate. We have to renew our faith today. Let us renew our faith in the Lord and give God thanks and praise that he has set us free through the power of his resurrection. May Almighty God bless you and fill you with paschal joy this day. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Amen.
Peace be with you, and happy blessed Easter to everybody. We've come to the great day, the high point of the church's liturgical year, the reason why we are Christians at all. If Jesus didn't rise from the dead, then our faith is in vain. St. Paul told us that. If Jesus didn't rise from the dead, Christianity is a waste of time. This is the hinge point. This is the standing or falling point of Christianity. Taking Easter seriously is the source of our joy, the source of our hope. Everything else is secondary to the great declaration of our Easter faith. That's how important it is. In light of that, let me talk to you about earthquakes, because we hear in Matthew's account that the arrival of the angel and the rolling back of the stone over the tomb of Jesus, it was like a great earthquake, or it was an earthquake. First time I felt an earthquake was in California, not surprisingly. I spent most of my life in Chicago, where you don't ever feel an earthquake. I was over in Europe, never felt one there. It was one morning, very early. I was up, and I was sitting in a chair in my bedroom, and and my only frame of reference was the house has been hit by a truck, and not a car. It was bigger than that. The whole house in one moment just shook. We must have been hit by a truck. And I was about to spring down the stairs to see what happened. And then it occurred to me, that must be an earthquake. And I discovered that indeed is one type of earthquake, this boom, like that. But it shook the whole house. But more than that, it shook my consciousness. It shook my frame of reference. I didn't know what to make of it, right? It was a couple of years later, on the 4th of July. I'm at my house, and I'm sitting on the back porch of my house, and then out just across from me in the lawn, on a lawn chair, is my nephew. Yeah, my sister was visiting with her family, and he must have been, what, 19 or 20 at the time, I guess. And we're just talking away. And I didn't really feel this earthquake that much, but he did. This was not a boom earthquake. It was the second type, which is rolling. It's like the surface of the earth just rolled. And I remember he were just talking normally, and then he suddenly just got up and, what was that? He looks at me and he goes, I don't like that. I get it, you know, especially, you know, he's another Chicagoan. He'd never experienced an earthquake before. Disconcerting. What is going on? I don't know how to understand this. And maybe most importantly, the thing I thought was most fundamental, the ground, the earth, terra firma, right, is rolling like the ocean. Are you kidding? What can I possibly rely on? My whole world is turned upside down. I don't like this. Well, can I suggest to everybody, the resurrection of Jesus from the dead is an earthquake. It's something that takes us by surprise, that overwhelms us, that unnerves us, that lies outside of our frame of reference. Yeah, we're tempted to say, like my nephew, I don't like this. I don't know what to make of this. It's been a tendency from ancient times, but you can see it in modern times very strongly, to turn the resurrection of Jesus into a calm and tidy and safe little myth. Oh yes, a nice story from long ago about a man who died, but he came back from the dead. It's like a myth, like a fairy tale. It's under our control. I can understand that. It's like other stories and similar to Stripe. Notice, please, everybody, in myths, we talk about once upon a time. It's nothing real. It's a story that evokes certain abstract truths. Okay, and I love the myths. They're great. But once upon a time, I've often said, update it. You say a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. You see what that does? I'm not frightened by that, or that doesn't cause me to rearrange my thinking. It's a safe little distance, a literary exercise. No. That is not the story they're telling here. As C.S. Lewis said so memorably, those who think the gospel is trading in myth have not read many myths. The gospel story of the resurrection is not in a galaxy far, far away. It's not once upon a time. It's not a little safe, cozy fairy tale. No. Listen in Acts chapter 10, when St. Peter, this is very typical, gives this accounting of the resurrection. How does he begin? He reminds the listeners of the first utterances of Jesus up in Galilee. Oh, I know what that is. It's up north of Jerusalem. He says, after the baptism that John announced. Oh, yeah, John the Baptist. I remember him. And so I've situated it now historically. Goes on to say that he and the other disciples were eyewitnesses of all that Jesus did. And then he says, both in Judea and Jerusalem. Okay, I know where those are. And yeah, I spent a lot of time in Jerusalem, sure. A myth? No, it's naming particular places and people. Then it says, he was handed over by the authorities to this brutal death. And then, without changing tone or register or anything, he says, God raised him on the third day and allowed him to appear to us who were chosen as witnesses. Yeah, Galilee, Judea, Jerusalem, John the Baptist. And yeah, I've situated this fellow in a historical context. And then he rose from the dead. Then this line, I know I've said this before too, but to me it remains breathtaking in its simplicity and its straightforwardness. He says, we, referring to himself and the disciples, we who ate and drank with him after he rose from the dead. We're not talking once upon a time here. That's the point. We're not talking galaxy far, far away. We're not talking about a neat little story. We are talking about an earthquake. Can you imagine these people that knew Jesus? They heard him, they touched him, they knew him. They saw him die on the cross. And then they ate and drank with him. I don't know if you know the movie Risen. It came out, I don't know, 5 years ago maybe. Joseph Fiennes is in it. He plays this Roman centurion, in fact, who presided at the crucifixion of Jesus. So he sees him put to death, and he's a hardened Roman soldier, knows a lot about death, has seen many dead bodies. He has to verify, because it's his job, that this man is dead. So he goes up and he looks into the face of the dead Christ on the cross. And, yep, he's dead. And then what I love about the movie is after the news of the resurrection, he's now been sent to, kind of quell this whole thing and figure this out. And he bursts into this room, and there the disciples of Jesus are, and he's looking around at them, sees his faces, and then he goes back, that's him. And they're sitting around the table with the others. It's Jesus, unmistakably, the one he saw dead on the cross, and he knew what a dead person looked like. But there he is. And at that moment, he's up against the wall with his sword drawn, and he just slides to the ground, utterly stupefied. Earthquake. It was like an earthquake. It turned everything upside down. It was beyond his frame of reference. He couldn't take it in. What is this? It's a turning upside down of all of our expectations. What we think is terra firma, the fact of death, the finality of death, is no longer true. Because God has risen Jesus from the dead, has raised Jesus from the dead. Matthew's account I've been looking at, but in St. John's account, there's a great stress placed on the burial clause. And it's fascinating, isn't it? Like, why would they have remembered that detail? Well, Peter and John get to the tomb, they look in, and they see these claws. And the reason it's so striking to them is, well, if someone was stealing his body's not here, so something happened. Well, if people are stealing his body, they wouldn't bother to unwrap it. No, you get the body and get rid of it as quickly as you can. You're going to unwrap it. That was an elaborate process, by the way, of wrapping a dead body. So why are the claws sitting there? That's what struck them as so odd. And I remember so vividly now, 2010, I had the opportunity to see the Shroud of Turin. I was over in Rome, and it was on display up in Turin, and so the group were going up there. I went with them, and I stood at one point. They allowed you to go into. I was 15 feet away from the Shroud of Turin, and I remember thinking, "This is the burial cloth that Peter and John saw on the morning of the resurrection." Again, this is not a myth, everybody. I was able to look on what these disciples looked on that Easter morning. The reality of the resurrection is an earthquake that turns everything upside down. Now, here's the second image I want to share with you. Go back to Matthew now. It says, the angel descended from heaven and sat upon the stone. I love that detail, by the way, because the stone that was supposed to keep that tomb closed forever, the angel rolls it back and sits on it. Don't think this is going to control me. But then we hear, his appearance was like lightning. His clothing was white as snow. He's an angel, like angelos, means messenger in Greek. Hence, euangelion means good message, good news. So an angelos has appeared, but not from Galilee or from Rome or from Athens. No. A messenger has come from a higher world, from this world of light. I was thinking as I reread this of Spielberg, how often Spielberg uses light in a very creative way in his movies. Think of Close Encounters, think of E.T. Light coming from under a door, light coming from around an object, light behind a mountain, light indicating some mysterious world beyond the one that we can immediately see. There's something else, there's something more going on. And the light that I sense indicates it. Well, the angel, the angelos, the messenger from a higher realm, is the light that it signals the breakthrough of this higher world into our world. See, think of Jesus' whole life, everybody. What is it but heaven breaking into earth? Mind you, not lifting us up out of the earth, not negating or destroying the earth, but rather transfiguring and illuminating the earth, the light, the heaven and earth meeting. Well, the resurrection is that moment par excellence, when heaven and earth meet. The fact that Jesus rises in his body is exceptionally important. We don't say his soul ran up to heaven. Right? We don't say, oh, he's left the earth behind and now lives in some. No, what we say is his body, this body that they touched, that they knew, this Jesus, their friend, who died, yes, and now has been transfigured and elevated into a higher pitch of existence. We call that the resurrection of Jesus from the dead. And what it means is an earthquake, a new world, the finality of death overcome. Something else is the case. A higher world can rescue and transform this fallen world of ours. That's the earthquake. That's the light. Don't allow them to domesticate Easter. That's my message to my fellow Christians listening to me. Don't let them domesticate Easter into one more little charming folk tale. It's not a folk tale. And mind you, the tyrants have always wanted Easter to be a folk tale. Because you make it a harmless story, it threatens nobody. But you tell the story of Easter the way the first disciples did. The breakthrough of a higher world into this one, overcoming the finality of death. That gives rise to a whole new vision of things. Don't domesticate Easter. Allow it to be light. Allow it to be an earthquake. And God bless you.
Easter's Victory for Truth and Freedom by Monsignor Robert Batul. A good many years ago, I suggested to some friends that we start a Catholic book discussion group. Initially, I thought our group could discuss all kinds of Catholic literature and not limit ourselves to just one area. Gradually, though, it became clear to me that it was better for us to read and discuss Catholic novels. And that's what we did, meeting 4 times per year for 5 years. We are hardwired with an affinity for stories. We like listening to them, and we like telling them too. In most instances, we know when stories are true and when they are not. If necessary, we can always fact-check stories, verifying their accuracy by consulting other sources. In some instances, we don't have to go through a long process of fact-checking and verification. Sometimes, the story just seems so implausible on the face of it that there isn't a chance it could be true. When elements of the story don't add up, we conclude it's just not credible. When a story is fictitious, we can still enjoy it and be edified. Fiction teaches us important lessons, like sympathy, for example. We sympathize with characters in a story. We understand and respect their motives for acting in a certain way, and we can even see ourselves doing the same thing. When we close the book, we're able to be more sympathetic to real-life figures, such as a neighbor in distress or a coworker who is anxious. When we're not reading fiction, though, most of us want to be told the truth. We don't like people making up stories and deceiving us. We don't like to be taken for a ride and transported into someone else's fantasy world. Trusting our previous experiences in life, we are usually quite good at identifying a fabrication and dismissing it as nonsense. In St. Luke's Gospel, the evangelist describes how the women who had come from Galilee with Jesus took the spices they had prepared and went to the tomb. Luke 24:1. Upon reaching the tomb, they found the stone rolled away. Luke 24:2. The women were greeted by two men in dazzling garments who spoke to them and informed them that Jesus had been raised. Luke 24:5. They then brought word of this to the 11 and the others. Luke 24:9. After giving us the names of the women, Mary Magdalene, Joanna, and Mary the mother of James, the evangelist reports that their stories seemed like nonsense, and thus were the women not believed. Luke 24:11. Their story was ignored by all but Peter, who got up and ran to the tomb. Luke 24:12. We believe in the resurrection not because it is a nice, happy ending to the story of Jesus. And neither do we believe in the risen Lord because we have sympathy for him. Something much more profound is at issue concerning the terminus of the Paschal mystery. Jesus did not go to the cross because he lied. He went to the cross because of the truth. I came into the world to testify to the truth. John 18:37. Jesus made this known to Pilate, the Roman procurator, a short time before the crucifixion. Still, it would be a great underestimation on our part if all we did was acknowledge truth in the death of the Son of Man. It's in the resurrection that there is truth too. In Veritatis Splendor, 1993, an encyclical of Pope John Paul II, we find these prescient words: the resurrection of Jesus from the dead is the supreme exaltation of the fruitfulness and saving power of a freedom lived out in truth. 87. John Paul II's successor, Pope Benedict XVI, writes in Sacramentum Caritatis, 2007, that it's not just truth but freedom which is at issue. Jesus is the lodestar of human freedom, is what the pontiff contends at the start of his post-synodal apostolic exhortation. Without him, he continues, freedom loses its focus, for without the knowledge of truth, freedom becomes debased, alienated and reduced to empty caprice. With him, freedom finds itself, too. It is clear from the Gospels that the very first thing the disciples did upon hearing about the Lord's resurrection was to tell others that it's true. For instance, Mary Magdalene went to the brothers right away at Jesus' behest, and that came after her own encounter with the risen Christ. John 20:18. Alas, this was just the beginning. For eventually all the telling in individual cases gave way to Pentecost and a much wider evangelization. In the course of that evangelization, and as a result of it, men and women have chosen to die rather than compromise the faith they embraced in their baptism. We call these men and women martyrs for the faith. What in the world would ever inspire the martyrs to risk it all? Their hopes and aspirations, their reputations, their very lives. In a word, it is the truth. And, specifically, in what does that truth consist? Well, how about the truth of the sacredness of human life from the moment of conception until natural death? How about the truth of marriage according to the order of creation? And how about the truth of the Catholic faith itself amid the pluralism of religions and societies today? The Catholic faith is true, dogmatically and in every other way. The resurrection anchors the veracity of Catholicism simply because no other claim by Jesus surpasses that of living beyond an earthly death. The resurrection is the Lord's victory first, but it is our way to the abundant life too. Living in accord with the truth leads to personal conviction and the maturity of conscience. It also contributes mightily to the formation of character. These outcomes, the birth and maintenance of conviction, the proper development of conscience and the forging of character, individually and together affect how free we are in ourselves. This is utterly decisive too. For as important as it is to live in a free society, it is even more important to be personally free. Conviction, conscience, and character belong to the inner realm of the person. They are not, as it were, grafted onto us from the outside. Thus, it would be proper to see ourselves as interior architects, that is, persons who assume responsibility for fashioning growth in freedom or not. And that last word, not, is key here. For we don't always succeed in our pursuit of freedom. We fail, and we can sometimes double down on our failures. To use more biblical and theological language at this point, we lapse into darkness. Without light, the light of grace, we remain in sin. Pope Benedict XVI in Sacramentum Caritatis above warns us that freedom can lose its focus. It can become debased, alienated, and and reduced to empty caprice. Clearly, then, freedom does not stand by itself. It is always in relation to the truth. In fact, even before the resurrection, Jesus would say the truth will make you free. John 8:32. But it is only as the risen Savior that the most definitive relationship between freedom and truth is achieved for all of history. Because of the resurrection, truth and freedom never define just what can be attained on earth in a life well lived, but what is hailed for all eternity in heaven. A Blueprint for the Thomism of the Future by David Torkington. I have just finished reading an excellent symposium written by contemporary Catholic scholastic theologians. Each, in their own way, tried to detail what they believe is the greatest threat to the Catholic faith in the modern world. However, whenever they referred to what the early Christians knew and experienced as the love of God, or what the fathers of the church called a pleroma, they called it grace, or, to be more precise, sacramental grace, because it comes to us through the sacraments. In the words of one of the contributors, we Catholics depend on supernatural grace, and we have ignored our absolute dependence on it and failed to give it the respect that it deserves. Further to this, our all-loving Heavenly Father, whom Jesus told us to call Abba, is reduced to a supernatural reality who calls us to proclaim loudly, consistently, and by example that there is a supernatural reality in the church and the mission of the church are sustained by it. God, and his unconditional love, is reduced to a thing, an object, albeit a supernatural reality. In this way, God's love and his loving is depersonalized. It is as if scholasticism, or pseudo or decadent scholasticism, has made Catholics, or at least Catholic theologians, into aloof English gentlemen who, with their stiff upper lips, find it all but impossible, and all too embarrassing, to speak about love of any sort. It is the embarrassment of non-practitioners who have not experienced the love of God for themselves through deep personal prayer, and so they naturally feel awkward and self-conscious speaking about the love of God or the love of Christ, and so prefer to speak of it by using the impersonal language used by the majority of scholastic theologians. I was recently approached by a religious priest who wanted me to take part in Catholic radio programs. When I began to speak about the love of Christ, I could see that he found it rather embarrassing. When I said to him, "I can see that you think that my way of speaking about the love of Christ seems a bit too Protestant for your liking," the smile on his face confirmed that I had indeed read his mind. Yet the great scholastics, like St. Albert the Great, St. Thomas Aquinas, St. Bonaventure, Blessed John Duns Scotus, and others, write copiously about how to come to know and love God through coming to know and love his Son, Jesus Christ, through meditation and through the gift of contemplation. The first great scholastics were saints and mystics because although they were busily employed in using Greek philosophical concepts to understand the mysteries of the faith in their minds, they simultaneously entered into those mysteries in, and through, their prayerful and mystical love of Christ in their hearts. That is why they were all holy men and canonized, so that we should follow their example. When later scholastics failed to follow their example, they found themselves lost in intellectual ivory towers that distanced them from the experiential knowledge of the love of God. Simultaneously, their abstruse intellectualism also distanced them from the faithful who, therefore, no longer look to them for spiritual inspiration and guidance. Who wants to live in an ivory tower? Their hybrid intellectual study sadly provides all too many of them with a perfect displacement activity that prevents them from the pursuit of true wisdom, which is the love of God that inspired St. Thomas to write his momentous works. For St. Thomas, true Catholic teachers and apostles must, he insisted, firstly contemplate and then share the fruits of contemplation with others, contemplative elite trade. If this is what their theological mentors had taught them to do, then in recent years both theologians, together with priests, religious, and bishops, would have received not just the wisdom to see what was wrong in the church, but the virtues of courage and fortitude to proclaim loud and clear true Catholic dogmatic teaching. Yet what has sadly all too often happened is that, for decades now, madmen have repeatedly sent out spiritual beggars to convert the spiritually bankrupt. Remember the words of Euripides, those who the gods would destroy, they first make mad. If they had listened to St. Thomas Aquinas, they would have long since seen and protested against the deconstruction of true Catholic dogmatic theology, and the construction of a new and erroneous form of Catholic globalism. In this new Marxist universalism that tries to be all things to all men, its adherents are bribed with a wishy-washy moral teaching that canonizes relativism. Before moving on to say what we must do, I must say that I have no idea what modern seminarians are taught. Who does? It seems to me that virtually anything is taught from Thomism to communism with liberal doses of the here today and gone tomorrow immoral fashions that just happen to be in vogue. We must return without delay to follow the first great scholastic theologians in the way in which they were able to unite together the new philosophical truths that came from Aristotle with the new Christ-centered Catholic theology and spirituality that came from Saint Bernard of Clairvaux. In his unique history of Christian spirituality, Pierre Perrot devotes over 100 pages to the Christocentric spirituality that returned and rose up, as pilgrims returned from the Holy Land that was once more open to all after the Crusaders had retaken Jerusalem in 1099. Street. Bernard would have been a teenager when pilgrims returned to inspire Christendom once again with the humanity of Jesus Christ, our divine Lord, that he would make the heart and soul of his newborn Christ-centered spirituality that was partially lost to view in the Dark Ages. It was this spirituality, which would have already inspired and formed the great scholastic theologians before their scholastic studies began, that would determine Catholic spirituality for centuries to come. Meditation would lead to contemplation. So between Saint Bernard and the demise of contemplation after the condemnation of Quietism in 1687, there were more great mystical writers than at any other time before or since. What followed Quietism, however, was the greatest tragedy in the history of the Church. Take love out of any family, and what are the consequences? We are only fully reaping these consequences in the family that we call the Church in these tragic apocalyptic times, when our only hope is to pray and pray continually. Maranatha. What I have said is not to initiate yet another intellectual controversy about Catholic theology, but to call all Catholics from top to bottom back to the practice of the practical, Christ-centered spirituality that was the inspiration of the great scholastic theologians, without which we are lost. I have just written a review of an excellent book titled Anatomy of Transcendence by Peter Kwasniewski, in which he explores the idea of ecstasy in the writings of St. Thomas Aquinas. What comes over loud and clear is that St. Thomas Aquinas was not only the greatest intellectual genius that the Church has ever produced, but that he practiced what he preached. He not only wrote copiously about the spiritual life, and ecstasy in particular, but he continually practiced the profound contemplative prayer from which ecstasy and other supernatural graces arise. When I studied Thomism before the Second Vatican Council, nobody was taught how to practice the profound contemplative prayer without which the angelic doctor could not have produced his Summa Theologica, nor was anyone made aware how much his own personal contemplative life influenced his teaching. Although this was realized in the 100 or so years after the Council of Trent, it was soon to be forgotten in, and after, the condemnation of the pseudo-mysticism of Quietism in 1687, when both true and false forms of mystical prayer were equally quashed.
A blessed Easter to you from everyone at Word on Fire. When we look back at the earliest days of the church, it becomes clear what set the Christian movement in motion. It was not a new moral code or a fresh set of spiritual insights. It was the fact that turned the world upside down. The first disciples went out announcing a single astonishing claim. Jesus of Nazareth, who'd been crucified, is alive again. Everything in the Christian life flows from that proclamation. The resurrection is not simply one belief among many. It's the ground on which our entire faith stands. It tells us that God is active in a definitive way, that death does not have the final word, and that Christ is the Lord of all creation. If we let the truth of the resurrection sink into our hearts, it will transform the way we see everything. The early Christians encountered the risen Lord, and that encounter filled them with a joy and courage they'd never known before. Make the resurrection the lens through which you look at your life. Let it shape your thoughts and choices and hopes. If Christ is risen, then joy is not optional for the Christian. The power of death has been broken. And once that joy takes root, we cannot help but share it. The world today is hungry for hope, and the Christian is meant to carry that hope into every corner of life. So, on this Easter morning, rejoice in the victory of Christ, and let the news that changed the world renew your spirit and send you on mission. May the risen Lord fill you with peace, strengthen your faith, and grant you the joy that flows from encountering Him. And may Almighty God bless you, the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
All right, I'm back. Okay. Guess how much your light bulb was?
$185. 300?
So I'm gonna try and get one online. Yeah, $300.
Holy sh!
Yeah.
Maybe you can put a candle in. It's 300 for a false light bulb.
Yeah, I'm gonna see what I can order one.
Jeez.
Because that's a little bit much for a light bulb.
Yeah. You're replacing the whole unit?
No, the whole unit is like $2,000.
What about going to junkyard?
It's a bulb.
Yeah.
You're not getting a bulb from a junkyard.
Cheaper.
I'm back. A meat stick, Emily. All right, we need to send an invoice to the Herrig Center.
Okay.
It's gonna be $375.
What time is the phone?
Huh? That's for a battery backup plus the on-site.
How many hours on the outside? 2?
No, I was only out there for like 20 minutes. I had to go to Best Buy.
That's fine.
Yeah, you can all right, so there. It'll be an on-site plus 1 hour plus the battery backup. Just do that.
How much is the battery backup?
$199.
What was the other one?
What?
Give me 3 things. On-site,
1 hour.
1 hour for on-site time.
So there is a specific item that is on site. Like travel time.
That's full label as travel fee.
Yes. You got it now?
I got it now.
Okay.
Do you want to see it before I send it out?
No, you should be fine, right? Yep, she's fine.
Do.
That's a lot of storage, man. All right, so the bulbs are going to be 150, okay?
Well, I'm paying for it.
I'd appreciate it if you helped pay for it, yes.
So I should add that to my check that I'm going to give you for car payment.
Just, I'll pay for half, and you pay for the other half, okay?
75.
Yeah. Does that work for you?
Yeah. No, I'll pay the full 150.
No, it's fine.
And I'll make sure I add it to my check for car insurance. Peter insurance. Okay. Out it went.
Well, that just put my day into a weird place. Can you confirm what day we're going to be able to get into that building to do the wiring? Probably going to be working, Emily. A lot of stuff that I got to get done. The Apple one that's built into the phone, works pretty freaking well. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Welcome back, Ramrod. It was, eventful, I guess.
Yeah, how may we help you? Yes, he is.
Oh shit! I gotta open the front door.
You're welcome, sir. Goodbye.
That's awesome, man. Chris is all right. A little tired after all that driving, but yeah, especially dealing with traffic. was good, man. How was your Easter? How'd the kiddos do? That's awesome. That means there's either something wrong with that memory stick or something wrong with one of the PCI lanes on your motherboard. When I put it in RAM, yeah. So it sounds like you have a bad stick of memory. No, you need new RAM. What have you missed? Just me leaving and coming back. We're getting ready to install this power supply once I get done running all these SQL statements. You want to give me all of the details before I keep answering single questions? So how you doing, Tech? What's your question? Is that lawnmower from that same person? Okay, we can go ahead and buy that. I can get all the parts and maintenance stuff if I need to. If it'll help.
When you get a moment,
What's your question?
you're gonna put the menu out there for me to continue.
I'm working on the website. It's broken right now.
Oh, I didn't realize.
That's what I'm doing.
I'm sorry.
The person that you referenced earlier. So you basically bought a 9600X and a B650, so I have to update the BIOS. The PC isn't booting, so I have to use the flash BIOS, and it isn't working. I follow the instructions. How big is your flash drive you're using? Yeah, back end right now is not working. Because I'm just updating it to get it up to the latest thing. You got to use a small flash drive, and it needs to be formatted correctly. Like, honestly, I think it'd be worth it. As long as it's up and running, I can make it work one way or another. And $1,000 for a riding mower in this economy is incredibly good. We just have to figure out a way to transport it to our house. Okay, and you formatted it correctly? Because it needs to be in like that specific like FAT32, yeah. What brand is the motherboard? Because sometimes they require you to rename the flash drive. Like it requires you to rename the actual image that's flashed on there. Oh, it's a John Deere. It's an older John Deere. Then it might not be the right ROM. You might have got the wrong one. I know MSI likes doing revisions. So like the version number that you search for might be the wrong one. I know Gigabyte does that as well. We're starting up video editing again tonight. We're getting back into it. I got to start pumping out videos. I don't have the software for doing it because I've never once needed it. So
And I don't want to send it on there if it's what they're saying isn't what they need.
right, they'll just send them right back.
Okay. Okay.
Welcome back, Poorly. This all feels fake. I need tall undershirts as well, and I can never find them. This is Chris. We can try. And you just need to make sure you have your phone. I don't have anything special that you wouldn't have access to, so you can. And your phone, because more than it's more likely going to try and send you a code or something. Okay. Your best bet would be bring it in tomorrow. I'm not going to be available for much longer today. And so if you want to just swing it in tomorrow, we can go through it. That's fine, yeah. Yep, have a good one. Ford is finally releasing the upgrade for my truck called the 300T. Which I'm gonna have to look into figuring out exactly how much it's gonna cost. Gets me that oh no, it's like a bolt-on upgrade from Ford. It is it's a 300 horsepower tune. right, let's go ahead and install this power supply. I think we're going to need to get this thing all dusted off of here. It's kind of dusty. And then we will take that PS5 apart again. All right, Emily, welcome back. All right, so this power supply that was in there was a Raid Max. Whatever the heck that is. And he still never replied to me about the cameras. I don't think he's doing it to you, Lee. I think he just doesn't have them. That's accurate, right, Tuck? CPU, 12 volt high power, main power bus, and one Molex, I think, is all we need for this. Oh, jeez. Where's that? Huh?
It's like cup banging against the other cup. So I can carry them in one hand. Nope. That was a good idea.
Why are you telling me this?
Did you ask what that noise was?
I did not.
Oh, I thought you did.
Oh.
Okay. Forget it.
One Molex. Let me go turn the compressor on.
Will you be cutting off the extra, unused SATA and or Molex connectors and leaving the wires exposed?
Oh, you know that I will be. Excuse me?
You need cupcakes?
Angeline, you left at 9:30 last night.
Yeah.
And we were all full. At what point did you think we were going to keep eating?
Well, I don't know.
Right. Did you go home and keep eating?
I went home and they went straight to bed.
Okay. Why would we keep eating? Confusing question.
You can sneak one in the morning.
I wasn't hungry. I don't need more food. I'm trying to lose weight.
Well, then bring them back.
I tried to give them to you last night, and you're like, no, they're for you guys. Well, Reed, you gotta do your exercises. I'm gonna do mine at 2. Oh. They didn't have the 1,000, so we ended up having to go with the 1,200. Jeez. We already kind of have a cluster in here. So we're gonna have to pay attention to what's actually going on here. Yeah, it's kind of not great. And unless I unplug absolutely everything, it's going to be an issue.
That's funny because you told the guy he wouldn't need a 1200 and that they aren't readily available locally.
I never told him. I told him they're harder to come by. I didn't tell him that they weren't readily available. They're just generally not. Like, I was surprised that the Best Buy here in Bradenton, surprised that the Best Buy in here in Bradenton actually had one. I'll say that. Yeah, I got them yawns. Hello. That computer's been here for a while. Jeez, what is going on here? We're at 2 o'clock. We're doing our exercises, Lee, so we'll do it then. This is... Poorly, why would you need a Ducati? Like, the only thing from Ducati you should probably get is a hat. Just like the only thing from Ferrari that I should probably ever own is a t-shirt. Like, I don't have the body type for that. I know. It is... That pump is still running. about to go off again. I know it. Why would you want to call Peter? Next thing you know, you're telling me you're going to be calling Quagmire. Peter? I know. Stop going off. Ow. All right. We're up and running. So let me go blow this thing out. And then we'll get this thing buttoned up and out of here. All right, let's go de-dust this thing because this is real bad. And then, like I said, we're gonna take that that PlayStation apart, get that fixed. Grr. Hey, Mr. Portley, you can go home for the day. You're welcome. Oh, he's a millennial. You know what? I didn't think about that, but that's actually hilarious. You too, Emily. Hey, this is Chris over at Bradenton PC Repair. This is Chris, Bradenton PC Repair. Good, your computer's ready. 390. Okay. Yep. All right, number 19 is going to go to shelf 3. Hopefully. Tight fit, but it fits. I don't think you've ever been told that poorly. Sorry to say. I think we're at a point where we start sponsoring stuff. Get the name back out there. Okay. We're gonna get this back apart again. And we're gonna figure out exactly where I went wrong. Because something very clearly went wrong. Oh. And Master kind of alluded to this at the end of the stream when I was buttoning this all up. There's a good chance the issue that I'm having is because of that one little capacitor. That is a common point of failure on these guys. Because, especially because of the fact that I had to remove it. So let's find out. Let's see if it is that capacitor. Maybe I didn't get it back down all the way. All right. You know what I wish I had the ability to do? I wish I had the ability to like be slightly more talkative with you guys so that as things are happening, I could just keep talking. I don't have that gift of gab. All right, we got to. I know we said we started on this. We got to do our exercises. This week is 3 sets. Last week was 2 sets. 1, 2, 3. Apparently I need to pee. Now I'm tired. I'll do my next set here in a minute. I'm gonna keep working on this.
Wait, see, may we help you? No, we don't buy anything. We just fix it. All right. Let's see.
Brad, when are you going to get your hair cut? Or are you going full Rapunzel?
I don't know, man. I do need to get a haircut. That's not a false statement. It's getting kind of long. I was thinking about that last night. Problem is, my barber shop that was upstairs moved. So it's not exactly convenient.
See if how may we help you?
Oh, I guess that could be a problem.
One moment, please.
Well, this is the one I literally just did on Saturday.
Light bulb pro for you?
This is Chris. I'm fine. Okay. Well, I have 12 light bulbs in my entire building, so I think I'm gonna be good. That's fine. Sure. I appreciate it. You too. Whew. Yeah, right, Lee.
Wait, see if how may we help you? Okay. What name was it under? Okay, one moment, please. Let's see the status of his wife's computer. Susan Downs. That's number 18. And not started too.
That's not a computer.
Wherever it is.
This is Chris. I haven't got it apart yet. I'm gonna be doing it first thing in the morning. No, I'm gonna be looking at it first thing tomorrow morning. Alrighty. Have a good one. My only thought is it is that capacitor, and that capacitor is just not sitting down.
Maybe the capacitor isn't sitting because it has hemorrhoids?
Yeah. Okay. Yes. They were torqued to specs. Yeah. Apparently that's all it was. Ugh.
It's not the best choice. It's Spacer's choice.
Panacos 94 got subbed by Paulie Hung. Do you see my liquid metal?
I looked at it, yeah. I'm just gonna stick with what I have for now. Sure, I just like the stuff that I'm using. I just got done doing exercises. No, my shop is in Bradenton. Hence, Bradenton PC Repair. Yeah, I try my best. No, I shipped them to someone to do it. I am gassed. Grab some water. The switch for it.
It's in the center.
No, I think there's a switch on the side.
Oh, for the Wi-Fi?
Yeah, for the Wi-Fi. Hello.
Hey.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
What was the price of the power supply?
What?
What was the price on the power supply?
Power supply was $212.54. Okay. Yeah, I got a little bit of oomph back. Woo-wee. Are you still here, Mr. Nathan? Dang, you're just a regular old secretary, Mr. Poirley. You're stepping up in the world from CEO. Next thing, you'll promote yourself over to customer. Awesome, Emily. Did I ask if you were here? Because I knew you were here.
Okay, it still says Wi-Fi turned off.
Okay.
You want to put up a poll, Mr. Tech, of whether I should try and go get a haircut today? Which requires me to leave early. Seeing as I'm basically been in and out all day today anyways. Hey, Mr. Poorly, I'd rather work a poll than be a secretary. No, Emily, I wouldn't want you to cut my hair. I don't even let my wife cut my hair. What's going on here? How about you put up a real poll like I asked? You think you're so funny, don't you? Why is this happening? When you can afford to feed the entire human race and choose not to, that's when.
Real poll is up.
Oh, it was like 31 billion, something like that. Medicaid and Medicare, I do believe that's what they said was going to cost. Who needs those, right? No, in all seriousness, I do believe it was paid for like several terms ago, and it's just now coming to fruition. Like if I remember right, this whole initial thing was started by Obama, continued by Trump, and then Biden did not cancel it, and Trump just let it keep going. So pretty sure we paid for this right after the crash. Yep, there is there is such a thing as too much liquid metal. That is correct.
How many screws are in that thing?
I had to take it apart. Mom,
I know, but you're taking.
I'm putting them back together now.
Oh. Jeez. I've never heard anything take so long. I've done it before.
Yeah, I took it apart, now I'm putting it back together. Looks like the yeses have it. We're going to get ourselves a haircut.
Do you think you look that shabby?
Oh, I have the hat here going on. So it's time. Yeah. And then you're not taking my wife is the tiebreaker. But do you think I should get a haircut, Mom?
No.
So there you have it. The yeses have it. Maybe they'll let me stream it.
Your haircut?
Yeah. Why not, right? Be good promotion for them. Yeah, that's it exactly. You guys are okay with this, right? I'm already doing it, so you're okay with it? You know what they say, Tech, bald is beautiful.
Easy to manage.
What?
I said it's easy to manage.
Yeah, it is easy to manage. Exactly. Why this thing is giving me so much like FU energy. Thank you. Whoa, it says no internet connection detected. I always wondered how many. Oh, this isn't a me thing. How many of these consoles? I haven't tried to connect it to Wi-Fi. Have damaged like HDMI ports. Not HDMI ports. Have damaged Ethernet ports. Yeah, it's just trying to connect to Wi-Fi. How many of them have damaged Ethernet ports that are never reported? Yeah, this is. I don't know. Let's see if this requires. Internet. Of course, the capture's messed up. That's actually pretty dope. I've never used these triggers like that before. How many games actually use these adaptive triggers, though?
What game is that?
It's just some demo thing from Sony. So you can learn how to use the controller. I'll be real, if there was a way to use these adaptive controllers, like with regular like PC games, I'd rock the heck out of it. Because those triggers being adaptive are actually pretty cool. It'd be great for racing games. So you can actually get the feedback and stuff. Excuse me. All right, this is working. This is Chris. Doing right? Mm-hmm. That's already up there. I'm not really sure because like my focus has been working on the getting the upgrade ready for you guys, so that I can get the back end upgraded and we can start doing more tracking and stuff with the tags and stuff, so we can get that project going. Because we're going to be integrating the new tag manager into the site, as well as working on getting all of the tracking stuff for these ads going. So I don't know if there's anything that you guys have on your side that you need me to work on. Yeah, that's like I said, that's been up there since last week. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You need to like I will clear the server cache sometimes. On which one? Okay, I'm not seeing that on my side, but that's probably it's something I can take a look at and get fixed. No, I can just add more spacing above it. That's fine. Yeah, because like I said, I can't see it on my side, but depending on what your like the resolution is, I might not be able to see it at all. So yeah, I like it. I like the way they came out. No, not at the moment. Like I said, my focus is trying to get your back end upgraded, and then uh, get all of the analytics and tracking stuff going. Yeah, I think it came out all right. If you can do it like digitally, so I can copy and paste instead of having to retype it all, that'd be awesome. But yeah, I can get that. I can get that up there. Awesome. Yep. Bye. How much are those selling for? Where is this? Ah, I know exactly where this place is. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could. If it's up and working, I could try and flip it. Are they a pawn shop? Hmm.
No, we didn't buy it. You're welcome.
What was that, Angela?
Want to know who buy laptops?
No.
Or before that, want to know who buy PS2s?
PS2s? It's a weird question to ask. Yeah, I know exactly where it is, Master. All right, let me put this thing all the way back together, and we'll call bro in the morning. I'm gonna go get a haircut. And I guess I'm gonna go talk to them about buying that PS5, Master. I mean, why not? It's not a bad deal considering what they're selling for. Yeah, I'll be here tomorrow, Emily. Gonna be about $50, Alright. You want to print out the paperwork for number 7 and move it to completed shelf 3, please, one?
I don't know how I lost the screen.
You hit F11.
I hit F11.
Yep.
I was only using my mouse. I didn't hit anything.
Yeah, you hit F11.
Okay, what number am I changing here?
7 and print the paperwork.
And where did you put it?
Shelf 3. They have Ethernet cable there for 1,000 feet for $10.
I figured if I were writing one.
What does that have to do with me buying stuff for the shop? Oh, it's at a different shop, but yeah. Hello.
Hello.
What can I help you with?
I think part of what's cracked is this screen protector. But I think it also needs
That's all glass. That's correct.
yeah.
You can just get one of these off. It's cheaper than this. If you haven't fixed this, because the screen is for the power. Quite expensive. Because then you can- Reading for help. A brand new one.
Oh, really?
A whole replacement. Of the whole thing. You're giving a whole new tap. You're just throwing it back. Yeah, this is. I wouldn't. Yeah, unfortunately, all of the prices for all of my replacement screens for iPads like tripled the past 2 months.
What about just getting new screen protector?
The screen protector isn't gonna help the fact that that's shattered. That's glass.
Right, but what's screen protectors too, right?
The screen protector is just a piece of plastic.
Right, but that will keep it from shattering any more and breaking
It would
off.
stop you from getting glass in your finger, but that's not gonna.
Right.
It's not gonna make it so that the rest of the tablet still works. Because the way that this works with detecting the touch is there's electricity running through the whole thing, and the fact that it's not broken, it means that it's not gonna touch.
It works, fine. I just, because of the glass thing, I just.
Yeah, you can try and grab a screen protector and pass it on. I don't sell them. Trying to think the closest place that might probably be these guys. They're just south just a little bit. They're an Apple store. They're more than likely to give them house stuff. This is not.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
No, Emily. All right, let's go get a haircut. I'm working on doing upgrades. All we have to work on is a single laptop and a Denon receiver. And tonight we're going to edit videos. And then maybe we should look at why I'm not getting any business. This is 2 weeks very slow in a row. Start digging into this again. This person literally searched for TV repair near me and then clicked on my website. I know, I'm very confused.
Maybe that's where your site comes up.
Yeah. I got 92,000 website impressions last month, all from one term: virus removal.
What are you telling me?
I'm telling you that, like, people are searching for me for virus removal.
Isn't that good?
Sure, but Google has this tendency, if a site like gets ranked highly for virus removal, they'll stop serving it to people because they're assuming that it's a scam. So that's something that I need to be aware of.
Well, how do you stop it?
I don't know. It's just, it's spiked. I don't know why. The next highest one is computer repair. All right, let's go get this done. Once I get all these websites upgraded, man, we're going to be digging into SEO a lot on stream. You guys are going to learn with me.
PC Repair, how may we help you? What's the name? Here. He just finalized it tomorrow morning, so he'll let you know tomorrow, okay? Okay. Okay. I'll tell him. Bye-bye.
Tell me what.
He wants it to be gone for a month.
Yeah,
Pick up tomorrow.
yeah. It's because it's all done, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he should be able to come pick it up tomorrow morning. All right, guys. No, because your blog wasn't about virus removal. What's this? I got a message that I missed? All right, I'll talk to you guys soon. I'll be back. We'll be streaming from home, doing some video editing, continuing these website upgrades. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye.